And pleasant good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Casino at Dania Beach and another edition of the Best in Professional Highlight, Dania Beach Highlight. We have 10 games tonight. We have 9 Quinella games and the second of our quarterfinal matchups in the Dania Beach Invitational tonight. The number 4 seed of ITURBIDE and OYHENARD will play the number 5 seed of Aaron and LABORDE. If you missed it last night, the number 1 seed, Zuleika and Mansi, did advance, but it literally came down to the last possible point, 15-14, defeating Etcheberry and Portet. Very dramatic, very well played, and we're hoping for much of that drama and high quality play again tonight. And in this partido, in game number 10, you can make your bet. It is a win bet only because there's only 2 teams. But hopefully you stick around for that tonight. If you missed it last night, if you go to our YouTube page, Dania Beach Highlight, you can watch it. It really was a lot of fun. Tonight we have no changes in the card, and we'll have in the 9 games, starting with game number 1, 2 daily doubles. Games 1 and 2 and 8 and 9. Games 3 and 6 begin the pick 3. And we have 3 superfecta battles, 4, 7, and 9. And in the superfecta, we played a spectacular 9 scoring instead of spectacular 7. And also in the superfecta, 4th place is a factor if you are betting on the superfecta. All of that will come following our first game, spectacular 7 singles match, and you'll have about 11 minutes or so to get your selections in. Really urge you to take advantage of betting a little early. Instead of getting up at the last minute and threatening to get shut out, and maybe betting a couple of minutes earlier, you can work on your homework while you're in line. Just a suggestion, so you know you didn't come here to not get your bets in. Enjoy the evening. 10 minutes or so till game number 1 begins. All right, everybody, you know what it is. It's Friday Night with Benny. I'm Dave Lamont, Benny Bueno, players manager for the Casino at Dania Beach and Dania Beach Highlight with me again. And I guess, Benny, we should start by talking a little bit about the excitement last night with our partido going to the absolute end.
Yeah, it was great. Actually, you know, being up here and running around and I didn't get a chance to, like, really soak it in. I did watch it, and we commented on it as it was being played. But when I got home last night, I put YouTube on the big screen, and I sat back, turned the sound up, heard the sound of my voice. That kind of that kind of set me back a bit. But I didn't know I sounded that bad. But,
no.
But it was fun to watch, and I was able to, like, break it down a little bit better. And it's just a shame that it ended the way it ended. It should have been played out, a hard-fought last point, 14-14, but unfortunately these things happen, and I don't think anybody felt worse than Etcheberry about that. Even I didn't see Portet after the performance last night. We stayed here for about 10 minutes, you and I, and then I went downstairs to the locker room to close up shop, and Etcheberry, oddly enough, I didn't want to go looking for him, but he came into my office. I was sitting there just kind of doing a couple of last-minute things, and he came in, and he had he had a sad look on his face, but he was as well as he could be. And oddly enough, I gave him some words of encouragement. I thought he played really good. I wasn't lying or blowing smoke. He played really, really well.
No question about it.
He did it's just, again, unfortunate that it ended it the way it did. But even up to that, 14-12 Costal that he threw, I mean, that was gutsy, and it was great to see. So. I gave him a few words of encouragement, and the only thing he said to me, oddly enough, and I don't even know if I should share this because, he just basically looked at me and he said, "Am I going to be invited back next year?" And I said, and I just looked at him like
nuts?
Like, is that what you're worried about? I mean, of course. I told him 100%. This is a guy that, if possible, if we have 5 years in us, I want to see this guy develop over the next couple of years because, I said it a couple of weeks ago when we were up here, and all the big names, all the superstars, a lot of them are in the twilight of their careers right now. But everybody started somewhere, and these guys are at the very beginning of their careers. And I think this kid Echeverry, I think Vicente, Mandiola, Mansi, all of these guys are at the beginning of their career. And my only hope is that they enjoy the experience, that they get what they came here for. Not everybody's going to win, but as far as the experience and playing on the court. And that they want to come back, because truly, as far as this roster is concerned, it's more their decision than mine.
Yeah, and just to remind everybody what Benny was talking about, the way it ended, we get to 14-14. You get to 15, that's it. This isn't where you win by 2. We have an ultimate point. We get to the ultimate point. Echeverry had just the point before thrown this out of this world remate. It was one of the hardest I've ever seen thrown that landed in. And now it's his turn to serve. And, let me, hold it.
Go ahead. This might be important.
Hello? No, nobody is scratched, sir. We are good.
I don't know if you guys could hear that, but a little behind the scenes.
We are actually. This is relevant because apparently we're having a problem with the YouTube channel. What's up? What is it? Yeah.
Somebody is calling Dave here in the announcer's booth and telling him that we're having issues with the YouTube channels. Anybody else having issues with the YouTube channel? And I'm looking at the live feed right now as well. Working on your end, right, Mo? It's working on our end here, too. So, sometimes we get calls from people that just can't find the link or don't know how to find it. I get calls in my office all the time. I'm pretty sure whenever someone calls the main desk and says the word "Hi, Alai," they don't even ask what the question is. They just forward it to me, and I'm guessing that it went to my office and nobody answered it, so they rerouted it over this way. So, Dave, what was he saying?
Well, the
Dave?
first question was, were there any scratches? No, and then he was having a problem with Roku, which I find to be, if you don't overspice Roku, it's very good.
Yeah.
Sort of a bad joke. Not sort of a bad joke. It was a bad joke. And he's apparently not getting what we're getting, is my understanding. You're talking to, even though with all my 37 million years in broadcasting, I'm an incredibly untechnical person when it comes to that.
Yeah.
In my career,
I've noticed you just walk in and pick up the mic, but you're really good at that, though.
Yeah, well, that's all I was supposed to ever do with my career.
Right.
But obviously things are changing rapidly as I gently progress through life.
Well, because we don't have any producers or engineers or any of that. We got Mike and Genesis downstairs.
We have,
and you got me if
right.
I can't
and
help
Mike
you
and Genesis do a terrific job. This is their first season here, and they learn the game very quickly, and I think they do a wonderful job shooting it and running our replays. So I think we're okay. I'm looking at the feed. You're looking
I'm looking at the feed on my phone.
We have our
right
chat
here.
folks in there. So anyway, I never did finish the story. What some of you may have missed is we get to this climactic point. This thing is over after this point is played, and Echeverry commits the one sin you can't get away with your serve in a partido, which is to underserve, and that's how the game ended. And it was really sad. Obviously a sigh of relief for Zulika and Mansi. We were about to see the number 1 seed not potentially, get knocked out. But they weren't, and they've advanced to a game against the winner of tonight's partido, which will be ITURBIDE and OYHENARD versus Aaron and LABORDE, which is going to be fascinating.
Yes, it's going to be a good game.
Yeah, when you're going to be here most of the night, so we'll talk about that and build up toward that as the evening goes on. And obviously, for those of you in the chat, if you have anything you want to ask Benny, we'll accumulate some questions.
It's funny because I was thinking yesterday on the way home. At this point, I think I've been asked everything that could possibly be asked.
About 3 minutes until game number 1. Well, as soon as you say that, somebody will come with one out of left field.
Well,
or
that's good.
Any comments about last night's partido, I think would be probably the time to get those out. And we also occasionally looked, when we weren't looking at the action, we would try to look at the chat and see if anybody had anything to ask about that. But it really was great. And the nice thing is we could have had a bad game, and people go, oh, no big deal. But they end up giving us the most dramatic finish possible. Yeah. I don't know if we'll get that tonight, but I was just talking to a former player on my drive down, and we all agreed that even though it didn't end well for him, that to use the Premier League soccer term, the man of the match, I thought, was Echeverry.
Yes, I think so, too.
I thought he was absolutely brilliant, and he was the one that people weren't sure about.
And I think that's why. I think that the expectation for Zuleika and even for Mancy a little bit, they were met. That's what we expected them to do, to take it to 14 and or 15 points. So they met the expectation of at least of you and I and probably everybody else that was watching. But that was the unknown. Is Echeverry and Portet going to step up and make it a match, or are they just going to lose 15-7 or 10, 15-10 and not make it as exciting as they did? And I think they and he specifically exceeded the expectation.
Yeah, and the confidence in which he threw that remate at 14-13, or in his case 13-14, it was explosive.
Yeah,
I mean, we both kind of went, whoa, because that takes nerve.
I've seen that in Canella play. Obviously still getting used to the court. Every sidewall is different. The balls are different. But I've seen him throw that same Costau into the screen. During a match here or there, a Canella play, like he gets very excited and he throws it very hard. A lot of, like, if you think back of some of the, like Joey didn't throw a Costau at full speed, or he was more into marking on the side wall and like a billiard ball and just hitting the right spot for it to just open up. And he could throw it at 60%, and if it just cuts the way he wants it to, no one's going to get to it. But this guy, on top of that, I think he marked it pretty well. He threw it as hard as he could, so that makes it even that much, and that gives a lot of room for error when
Last call for game one.
When you do that. So, a lot of times you have to kind of slow the pace of your throwdown so it'll.
And remember, what was the score? He threw the one that went off the court. It was a Costado, and it just clipped.
Yeah, that was late in the game too.
Very late. That was a bad loss.
It was probably 13-11 or something like that.
They might have been ahead by one, and then that tied the score. But if that's a good throw, then who knows? That's one of those what if. And as a professionally licensed second guesser throughout my career, I'm a 00 agent when it comes to second guessing. All right, you know what? We have a lot to talk about. We'll talk about what's happening right now too, as well as the games.
Wait, one last thing though.
Yes, before
I know you're the ultimate professional, and you probably don't listen to the broadcast afterwards. But I heard the whole broadcast and I watched the whole partido, and you could really hear the sound of, I don't want to say disappointment, in your voice when he underserved.
Well, the first thing I said, and I was holding this mic, the external mic, I guess, was, oh no.
Oh no.
Because we both saw it.
And even when you said, and the match ends, and it's like, but you could just tell that you were.
I was.
You felt bad for the kid.
There's no question. You couldn't help it. All right, let's get to business here. If you guys, again, I invite you at home to stand for the national anthem. And a very good evening, everybody. We are about ready to go with our first game, Spectacular 7 singles match. Before we do that, though, we ask everyone to please rise, and gentlemen, remove your caps with the playing of our national anthem. here we go with game number one, a spectacular 7 singles match. It begins with Benetrix in the red shirt of post 1 serving to Daniel in the blue of post number 2. This game also begins our first daily double. There's the serve, and the game is on. Daniel goes over the top, but right where Benetrix was waiting. That stayed in. Benetrix well positioned. Now he'll try to pass Daniel. He does so, and that's just not returnable. Great shot, point to the 1. Mandiola in the white of post 3. That's interference. We will replay the point as the 2 players collided there, so the ball wasn't able to be cleanly played. So the point will be replayed with 1 serving 3. Point to the 3. At time the second in the green at post 4. Time to second takes a little off the fastball, and that'll work, point to 4. Vicente wears the black shirt in post 5. Under serve, point 5. Goenaga in the gold, post 6. And a pass on the right side from Vicente, point to post number 5. In the brown shirt, here's Uresti in post 7. Point to 7 in the purple, post number 8, Arta. He completes the single points round. That's down low, point to post 8. Arta begins the double points round, serving to Benetrix in post number 1. Excuse me, to Danelle in post number 2. Arta Dejada. Point to the 8. Benetrix, post 1. Good, right side of the bote from Arta. And that comes up short. That's 2 points for post number 8, and Arta has a possible game point in post 8. He'll serve to Mandiola in post 3. Double point, post 3. Now a tie to second, post 4. Good looking left side. That is a terrific reverse from Mandiola. Point to post number 3. He has a possible game point. Serving going on again, post 6. It's out of play, and 3 wins the game, 8 second, 5 third. Our first game tonight won in singles by Mandiola in post 3, Arta second in post 8, post 5 was third, Vicente. A 3-8 exacta, 127.20, 3-8 Quinella, 46.20, 3-8-5 trifecta for $2, 540.80, and 3 is the first number in tonight's daily double. Coming up, our first doubles match of the evening. It's game number 2, win, play, show. Quinella, exacta, and trifecta betting all available. And don't forget to stick around tonight for the second quarterfinal in the Dania Beach Invitational. the number 4 seed, ITURBIDE and OYHENARD, versus the number 5 seed, Aaron and LABORDE. No double points, played to 15 points, winner take all, no winning by 2. And last night our partido went to 15-14 before Zuleika and Mansi emerged victorious. So that's coming up, game number 10 tonight, and yes, you can win bet on it.
And as we promised, for much, if not all of the evening, Benny is going to be hanging out in the booth tonight on Friday and make some spot appearances on Sunday as well. So we got through game 1, a good performance there from Arta. Saw some, it's interesting, you had a lot of backquarters in this game. And saw some really, like a Tyne coming down close, throwing a great reverse for a winner when he, instead of overpowering it, he played it smart. Mandiola had some good-looking shots on his way to victory. Some of these backquarters showing me a surprising touch that you don't associate with backquarters.
Yeah, it's for me. It's kind of a habit of when I do the program. A lot of times, or most of the times, I try to put all, if not most, of the backquarters in game 1, and then in game 5, try to put the front quarters. And now with the short roster, I try to rotate. Like sometimes you'll see I'll put Zuleika and Arietta in game 5. And then other times I'll put just like early gamers, or there's no early or late games anymore, but guys that play games 2 and 3 rather than the guys that are playing after game 5. I've been making programs now since 2010, and I started out with 40 players, and then we cut the roster down to 36 players, and for probably the last 10 years, a couple of bargaining agreements. We always negotiated a certain number of players, and we went from 40 to 36. Actually, when I started, it was 45 players, and then we went down to 40, and then we went down to 36. And my number has always been 32. As long as I have 32 players, I have 16 guys that play the first 6 games, and then I have 16 guys that play the last 6 games. So you had early and late. Obviously, you would have some guys that would kind of float depending on the need, or by scratches that would play middle games. But there was a true early and late game. And it was fairly easy to make the program, just rotating the guys that are going to be subbing and playing in the middle. But now with 22 players and 9 games, it is the most difficult difficulty that I've ever had making programs, because there's a couple of things that I try not to do. I try not to make a player sit down 2 games in a row. I try to have them play as many consecutive games as possible. But just because of the mathematics of it, it's very close to impossible to do.
I would think so. And the other thing I've noticed, and it's unavoidable, is I think last night we'll have teams repeat sometimes in consecutive games,
right,
different posts, but you can't help that. It is a small roster, and we've been fortunate that, yes, guys have been hurt, but we haven't had, like, was it the end of, God, it was one of the seasons since I came back, I guess it had to be last year, or maybe 2021, where you had, I think, 26 guys, and we were at a point where you were almost ready to come out of retirement.
Yeah, 26. Well, yeah, actually, yes, I forgot to mention that. So 26 players was the first time that I had to kind of improvise with, okay, these 16 guys are going to play these games, and then these other 10 guys are just going to spot in here and there. And that was my first, the first difficulties that I had. And now with 22, it's even that
3 minutes till game 2. 3 minutes.
It's even that much more difficult to do, because, again, it's just you don't want a guy sitting out for 2 or 3 games. You want to try to get him to play, consistent. But, now with Game 5 being right in the middle of the performance, and it kind of splits up the what now is early and late, only 8 guys play. So there's 8 guys that are not in that game. And to make it fair for the guys coming in, some of those 8 guys have to sit out Game 6 as well. So it's just, for me, I feel bad, because as a player, I never liked sitting out 1 game, much less 2. And it's bad for them. They cool down, then they got to warm back up. So it's just been difficult.
Well, it's funny you mention that, because there's a question coming from Chula Vista, who wants to know what you think about sitting out 2 games. Is that too much?
Yeah, I would say yes, but again, it's right now it's unavoidable. There's no way that I could have a guy play 5 games in a row and not. Well, there is a way, but not every player could play 5 games in a row. In other words, maybe 12 of the 16 guys that are going to play the first 4 games could play 4 or 5 consecutive games, and then the rest of the players are going to have to join the second group that comes in after game 5. But yeah, it's. The one thing about Canelas, as opposed to what we saw last night at the Partido, where you're warm, you're warming up, you're getting really warm, and towards the end of the Partido, you're hot. You never sit down. Very similar to a baseball game, very similar to a football or basketball game where, there's, maybe not so much basketball.
Last call for game number 2, your last call.
But, when your team's hitting, you're not on the field, so you're kind of sitting on the bench and you're, waiting your turn. And if you don't bat that inning, you get cold. Now you got to go back out and warm up. Same thing with football. When when the defense is out there for a lot of, plays, then the offense cools down. So this is no different. I mean, the best case scenario is that a guy plays 4 or 5 games and then he's done. But to play those 4 or 5 games in a span of 7 or 8 games, it's just tough for the players.
The other thing about Quinelas, though, is sometimes you may only play 1 point.
Yes.
if your point doesn't go well, there are occasions where you don't get an opportunity to play again until the next game, where you go through the whole warm-up, lather, rinse, repeat routine. That does happen, as I think everybody in our audience is aware of. So it's tricky with the Partidos. We had 3 or 4 breaks last night, and that was it, and they were never very long. And just for who don't know, a player from the winning team can take a break, call a sort of a timeout anytime they choose. They just have to have won the prior point. How are we looking out there?
We're looking good. Just 2
Go
or
ahead.
3 people. We have a very thin crowd tonight for a
let's
Friday
fix
night,
that.
but hopefully it'll pick up a little bit. I noticed that people are starting to show up right around 8 o'clock now. So.
All right. Well, then they're going to miss this game.
Here we go with game number 2. Spectacular 7 doubles match. Vicente and Danielle in the red at post 1. They'll be serving to Benetrix and Mandiola in the blue at post number 2. There's the serve, and the game is on. A winning remate there by Benetrix, a point to the 2. They'll stay out and serve to the white shirts in post number 3, Resti and Urbieta. Uresti with the catch. At the back wall, Urbieta, terrific catch. Point to 3. Adieta and Arta in the green. Post number 4. That is a sharp 2-all by Adieta, point to 4. Now post 5 in the black shirts, Laduch and Mancy. Point to 4. Urrutia and Portet in the goal to post 6 to receive the serve. Point 6. Lulu and Bilo on the brown at post number 7. Bote Carrito catch made there by Urrutia. Lulu in position will drive the right side, look into the backcourt. And in the bright spot, Portet. Cortada by Lulu. Urrutia didn't budge. And a fine grab there by Portet. Well done, Litamate by Urrutia, point to 6. Purple at post 8, Goanaga, and a tying the second will complete round 1. Dejada, and plenty of time for Arucci to get that. Oh, and he hung in there. Unbelievable. Goenaga didn't move. Throws to the, looking for the chick-jack, and it's a point to the 8. Now points are doubled. Here's Vicente and Daniel in post 1. Costado by Vicente looks good, and 1 gets the first of the double points. Here's Benetrix and Mandiola, post number 2. Sidewall grab by Vicente. And a carom by Vicente. Point of the 1. Uresti and Urbieta, post 3. Costado off the serve. Robote right down the middle. Inside placement, and that'll stay on the sidewall. Good shot by Uresti. Point to 3. This is the 5 team of LaDuche and Mansi. Sidewall grab a beauty by Urbieta. LaDuche at line 6 with a hard reverse, but not near the wall. On the charge, Mansi with a pretty catch. Yeah, he was going to turn that down. Outside placement by LaDuche and a point to 5. Arieta and Arta back in post 4. Point to 5. Lulu and Bilo, post 7. That's 2 points for post number 7. And now post 6, Aruchium and Portet. And point 2, post number 7. Here's the 8, Goanaga, and a Tyne the second. Well, it's a heavy right side from Bilo in the backcourt. 7 will score again. And now with 6 points possible game point for Lulu and Bilo on post 7. Here's Benetrix and Mandiola post 2 to try to stop them. Inside placement. Bilo charging in from the backcourt, throws a very fine reverse. Mandiola catches it. Point 2. Now Bixente and Danielle, post number 1. Strong reverse by Bixente. And 1 gets 2 points, giving them 6 and possible game point. Bixente and Danielle serving to post 3, Uresti and Urbieta. Point 3 on the overserve. Possible game point for post 3. Here is Arigata and Arta in post 4 to try to stop them. Sidewall grab by Urbieta. Arrieta down on the ground to make the rebote save. Splits the players, but charging in was Urbieta. Arrieta there for a fine left side catch. Trying to get it over the head, but can't. Scoop by Arrieta. Karam caught, returned, winner. Uresti scores a double pointing game for post 3. 1 and 7 to play for Place and Show. Hauled in by Vicente. Backward Karam. And a fine shot from Bilos. 7 will take second, 1 shows. In game 2, Uresti and Urbieta win in post number 3. Lulu and Bilo. Second in post 7. Vicente and Daniel take the show in post number 1. Game 2 results are official. A 3-7 exacta, 130-20. 3-7 Quinella, 40-60. 3-7-1 $2 trifecta, 513.80. Pair of threes for your daily double, $211. The pick 3, speaking of threes, starts with game 3. Spectacular 7 scoring. Points doubling at the end of the first round. No changes tonight. No scratches on the card, and don't forget, make it a longer night here at Dania Beach High Live by sticking around for game number 10, the second quarterfinal partido in the Dania Beach Invitational. The matchup will be a good one. ITURBIDE and OYHENARD versus Aaron and LABORDE. 2 minutes until game number 3. Now 2 minutes remaining. Time for our third game and the beginning of our first pick 3. Goanaga and Mandiola serving in the red of post number 1. Adieta and Arta in the blue shirts of post 2 will receive in a spectacular 7 game with all points doubling at the end of the round. And the game is on. It's out of bounds. Point 1. Lulu and Bilo in the white at post 3. In the corner, Mandiola with a great grab. Down to the ground, the save by Lulu. Goanaga, Cortada, and Lulu jumped on it. Two out of Bote. That's out of play. Point to the 1. Benetrix and Mancy in the green, post 4. Sidearm 2-all, run down on the wood by Benetrix. And Mandiola charges in and just throws his right side as hard as he can. The catch made by Mancy. And 4 scores. Now the team in the black at post 5, Uresti and Atine the second. Touched in the backcourt, and that's a point for post 4. And they'll serve now to the goal in post 6, Vicente and Urbieta. Mancy from the front court drives her right side deep, but Urbieta equal to the task. That's a point to the 4. LaDuce and Portet in the brown of post 7. And a Quartada from the backcourt from Mancy. Another point for the 4. Now here is post 8, Urrutia and Daniel. Catch there by Daniel. And again. And a winner for the 8. Points are doubled for the remainder of the game. Returning in post number 2, Arietta and Arta. There's two more for post number 8. Now in post 3, it's Lalou and Bilo. Bote slugged by Lalou is caught by Daniel on the high bounce. Point 3. Now the 1, Gowanaga and Mendiola. Delicate Tejada and a winner from Gowanaga, point to 1. Now post 5, Uresti into time the second. Ramate by Uresti is strong, point to 5. Now Vicente and Urbieta, post 6. Point 5. Now post number 7, Laduce and Portet. Point to 5. Possible game point now for post number 5, Uresti, and a time the second. Awaiting the service, post 4, Benetrix and Mency. Great catch there by a time the second. Strong right side, and that'll be point of game, post 5. 1 and 4 to play off for place and show. Point to 4, they place 1 show. Game 3 is official. The winners post 5, Uresti and Atai in the second. Benetrix and Mansi, second post 4. Goanaga taking post 3 with Mandiola. 5-4 exacta, $299. 4-5 Quinella, $96.60. 5-4-1 trifecta for $2, $438.20. First number in the pick 3 is a 5. Game 4 is the first of 3 superfectas tonight. Games 4, 7, and 9 are superfecta games. Spectacular 9 scoring, and all points will double. That's right, 9 points for the winner. And in the superfecta, should you choose to bet it, fourth place is also a factor, sometimes a big factor. No changes in game number 4. And a quick reminder of the rest of the week. We'll be back here tomorrow at 1 o'clock and also 7 p.m. as the Saturday night performance returns after our holiday. And Sunday we'll have the matinee at 1. Also in by the back wall, you'll see the lights for Champions Corner. Opportunity to pick up some drinks and snacks. Might be some leftover goodies from the Battle of the Beach if you'd like to collect that. We have some small t-shirts and some hoodies there. Pick up a souvenir from what really was a spectacular event now last year in April. All of that available in the back where those lights are.
All right, 3 games down and 6 more to go. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, my math is still good. Dave Lamont here along with players manager Benny Bueno, and a lot of liveliness in the chat going on, as is usually the case. Even people now messaging me privately as they're watching.
Me too.
And maybe they're not in the chat for some reason, or they don't want to be in the chat, or whatever. But any questions that you've seen tonight that you want to address?
No, it's a little bit more of the same. You know, they're commenting on certain players, and you know, I guess they're making their evaluation of some players' performances, and I'll leave that up to them. They could, you know, they could go ahead and make their, you know, again, their evaluation of a player, if he's playing good or if he's playing bad. You know, I don't think I should comment directly.
No, it does vary from time to time. I mean, you have a night like LaDuce had the other night, 4 wins in a place, and then he didn't. I don't think he won a game yesterday. And so far has yet to hit the winner's circle. That's just how this game works. It's like the guy in baseball who goes 3 for 4 with, you know, a homer and a double, and then the next and goes to an 0 for 8 slump. It's just the nature of the game.
Yeah, and you know, this is a very competitive group. You know, I think they've demonstrated. I don't have to say it. I think everybody that has been watching can see that everybody is trying as hard as they can. And, you know, hey, listen, there's always going to be a best player, and there's always going to be a worst player, and there's going to be dozens of players in between. So, you know, I think that the one comment that stood out to me was, you know, if you don't like someone, leave him out of your bet. You know, don't bet on him. And
that's exactly right.
You know, and then I think yesterday there was a couple of comments, you know, directed more towards me of why did I pick certain players to play here and how, you know, how they're here. But just know this, that, you know, it was a painstaking process to get to where we are today, or actually for December 1st, of getting these players here. There were a lot of players that I wanted to bring or wanted to have participate in the roster. They were either not available, or they were playing other tournaments, or some just didn't want to you know, stop what they were doing to come here for 2 months. And you know, there's good and bad in everything. And the good thing about being here for 2 months is that we're here for 2 months. And some of these players, or most of these players, actually have other jobs. And Europe is, unlike the United States, they'll give you 2 months off of you know, of an absence, and you won't lose your job. So most of these guys that are here, they can come for 2 months. I've already started asking the questions of how many of you guys can come for 3 months. And, you know, Bilo and a couple of other guys told me, if you need me here for 3 months, I can't come next year. So, you know, I'm going to have to kind of, you know, see if it's worth going to 3 months, if we're going to have to.
3 minutes till game number 4 in the first superfecta. 3 minutes.
If we're going to have to, you know, put together a roster of 2 groups to be able to make the 3 months. Maybe some guys can come for 2 months. maybe some guys can only come for 1 month, and maybe I know there was a couple of players that had we played in January and February this year rather than December, January, they would have been able to come in February. So we'll see. We'll see how the process is going to start actually fairly early, because these guys are all leaving at the end of the month. So I'll have the next 10 to 14 days to talk to everybody and see, where their head's at as far as returning.
Well, we know Echeverry wants to come back. So, as he told you last night.
Yes, he
concerned that his
very interested. He's already. So I got one guy committed. And another thing, and I don't want to go too deep into this because it's really, it's not really my place to talk about it. But on Monday at Magic City, they are going to be having their draft for their battle court season that's going to start in a couple of weeks. And there's going to be some of the players that are currently playing here that are going to be joining that roster in February. And I think that there's going to be some pleasant surprise. And I think that the chat room is going to catch fire the next time that I'm up here, because people are going to be asking, asking for comments on some of the players that have been selected to go over there.
Well, we'll deal with that at the later on when that information comes out next week. What we will start to do here, Benny, I think another game or two, we need to start previewing our partido.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
We did a little of that last week when we finally figured out what the teams were, and I'll just leave it this little tease for our audience. And again, if you're going to trust one of the two of us, I think you know which one to trust for better highlight information and knowledge. I know my way around, but not quite as well as Benny, obviously. So we do have a disagreement. I think it's the only one where we weren't in agreeing on who we thought was going to win, and we'll reveal our picks.
Well, I think that we're kind of we're close, but we're not on the same page for both matches next week.
Oh, is that right?
I think that this week, well, just in our conversations between games where I mentioned next Friday night's matchup.
Vicente Bailo, Urrutia Mandiola.
Yeah, and I have a team, and I think you have a team.
I think I have the same team, but let me just say that two of these players have really been playing great lately.
Actually, all four of them have been playing it individually. They've been playing really well.
We got more time to talk, actually.
Yeah, there's about 15 people in line down here.
So. Yeah, we will definitely have more time to talk.
But yeah, as far as tonight's matchup, I think it's going to be interesting. And yesterday, I think we were both spot on in the sense that we were hoping that that Echeverry would step up and make it a match, and he did do that. And I think we both picked Zuleika and Mansi to win. So we were, if not close, we were spot on.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to imagine anybody getting blown out. Unless somebody just has an exceptionally bad day, and I just don't see that. The passion these guys play with, the risks they're willing to take.
Hey, hold on. I got to stop you for a second. Somebody in the chat spelled your last name correctly.
Okay, now hold on. Do you have a T-shirt?
We were just talking about how nobody has ever spelled Dave's last name correctly.
Son of a gun! Thank you. Say hi, Lai. If you wear a small T-shirt, we could probably get you a Battle of the Palace shirt.
Even on the check that we paid him with for the Battle of the Palace, we misspelled his last name.
And it's also wrong in the program. But the M is capitalized. Yes, that's the part that trips people up. Although somebody did add some letters that. It is kind of funny, but hey, you know what? That's why there's direct deposit. You don't have to spell. Uh-oh, let's take a call. This is coming from the cage.
Yeah, that's Romo. He wants to know what's happening. He knows the drill. He's
heard from the boss.
Yeah, he already got the call. But listen, we got two options here. Either we do it this way, where we give them the 6 minutes and then we hold the game a minute or two if we have to, or Denise is going to call the tote guy and say, "Hey, I need 2 more minutes," and then he's going to call me and say, "Denise needs 2 more minutes," and then I'm going to say, "Then give her 2 more minutes," and then instead of 8 minutes, we're going to be holding it to 10 minutes.
Yeah,
So let's be patient.
We want to move, but at the same time, I think you have to appreciate the economics behind it. And the tote guy she's going to be calling, by the way, is a voice that some of you are familiar with, who no longer announces, but Patrick.
Yeah, Patrick.
Who was called a bunch of names because of his accent, none of which were accurate. He's Australian. But Patrick moved into the tote position last year and does a wonderful job. And it's a harder job than you realize, and a harder job than I realized, because I'm working with his system here. And if there's ever a problem, like the first night, I think it froze, and we had to start stuff over. And he's a very handy guy to have around.
Yeah, what I like about Patrick is that he sees the problem before it happens, and he tries to resolve it. What happened last night, we saw at 3 o'clock. I mean, it's just, and he said tonight the same thing could happen, but we won't know until that second point of the tournament tonight.
Right.
But we're ready tonight. We're ready. We're going to go with our alternative scoreboard, and then we'll make a switch if we have to. And, like now even the referees are giving me a signal like, we're not.
Fellas, we are in the hands.
He knows we're not approving overtime, so
no.
Well, he wants to get moving.
I understand, but I'm sure he would also like to get paid. So,
someone's asking me if I have any videos from the 70s to the 90s. I can tell you one thing: I have 2 big, humongous Tupperwares in my garage that are just filled with VHS tapes, and I have no idea what's on them. I inherited them from Marty Fleshman, and one day if I ever get my hands on a VCR, I'll watch some of those videos.
What do you think?
I think you let it rip. There's 5 people in line,
All
and
right.
they're going to start running once that music starts.
Here comes game 4.
And here comes game number 4. Spectacular 9 doubles match and a superfecta. LaDuce and Atine, the second, are teamed in the red shirts of post 1 with Goenaga and Urbieta in the blue of post number 2. There's the serve. The game is on. And player unable to maintain control of the ball. That's a juggle, so the first point goes to post number 1. Now the white shirts here is post number 3, Arutium and Mency. From the wood, the shot by Arrutia is going to be well placed, and 3 takes a point. Now Lalou and Mendiola in the green at post 4. Cortada from midcourt from Lulu, and it's going to be a point to the 4. Now the black shirts, here's the post 5 team of Arietta and Dania. Oh my, running bote pronto there by Daniel. And that's a single point for the 5. Here in the goal to post 6 will be Uresti in the front court, Milo in the back court. In the corner, that's a really hard catch to try to make. Point to the 6. Vicente and Arta in the brown shirts. This is post 7. Placement to the inside, and a great running grab by Bilo. Hard left side. Arta trying to make the recovery. It's a great effort, but it's going to go out. Point to 6. Benetrix and Portet in the purple to post 8 to complete the round. Cortada from Benetrix. Point to the 8. Points are doubled, and this is a spectacular 9 scoring game, so 9 points will be the winning target here. 8 serving to 2, Goanaga and Urbieta. catch there by Benetrix. Big left side. And Goenaga manages to find where they aren't. Way to 2. Now LaDuche and to time the second, post 1. That's a vicious right side by LaDuche. He's going to have to catch this. And from the 2 line, maybe even inside of the 2 line, he scores for the 1. Post 3 is Arucha and Mansi. Arucha Ramate, beautifully thrown, point to 3. Now the 4, Lalu and Mandiola. That's low, point to 3. Back at post 5, the team of Arietta and Donnell. Point to 3. 7 points, possible game point for Urrutia and Mansi in post number 3. Here comes post 7, Vicente and Arta to try to stop them. Point a game to post number 3. Post 1 finishes second, and for third and fourth place, it'll be a 2-team playoff. Post 6 serving to post 2. Great kill shot to finish off the point by Uresti. 6 is third, 2 is fourth. Game 4 won by Arrutia and Mansi in post number 3, with Leduc and a tie in the second in post 1. The 16 was third, Uresti and Bailo, and Goanaga and Urbieta take fourth in post number 2. The fourth game official results show a 3-1 exacta 40-40, a 1-3 Quinella 19-20, 3-1-6 trifecta 175-20, 3-1-6-2 superfecta 282.50 for $1 and 28.25 for 10 cents. Game number 5 is a spectacular 7 singles match. Win, play, show, Quinella, exacta, and trifecta betting available. The second number in the pick 3 is 3. Had some pretty sizable lines. The best way to avoid that, get in the line early. Don't get shut out. Game 5 singles coming up.
How do I deal with what I'm feeling? Maybe I just don't. What you're doing, I'm in ruins, all alone. I'm all alone, and I know nothing I do helps me forget about you. You just came out of the blue. If you only knew. Let's sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant. Go to a field, pick up some strawberries. Then maybe let's fall in love. Sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant. To a field, pick up some strawberries. Then maybe let's fall in love. Sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant. To a field, pick up some strawberries. Then maybe let's fall in love. Deal with the feelings I feel when you come near me. All I can see is you and me together, building a future forever, loving till eternity. I see you, can't you see what you're doing to me? The way you got me, baby, it's like I can't even breathe. You're all that I need, and I know nothing I do helps me forget about you. You just came out of the blue. If you only knew. Let's sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant. Go to a field, pick up some strawberries. Then maybe let's fall in love. Sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant.
All right, we are coming up on game number 5, and we have about 3 or 4 minutes here and some questions, Benny, that you noticed in the chat that you wanted to get to before too long.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty good question, and I'm going to kind of guesstimate here because somebody answered it, and I think it's more than the answer. So they're asking how tall is the ceiling. So I'm assuming they're asking from the floor to the net of the roof. And so if you look at the front wall, there is 6 8-foot pads starting on the floor and going up to the top of the red pad. So that's what, 40 feet? Your math is good. That's about.
If you put the numbers in front of me, but if you're asking me to guesstimate,
I'm gonna guess that's 40 feet. So I'm looking at the back wall here, and so are you. And from the floor to the red line is about 40 feet. So then we have the red from the red line to the screen, and that's, I'm going to guess, you said a little more, but I'm going to guess 15 feet.
Oh, you know what? Probably because I was paying attention to the game a little bit, I didn't know what red you were talking about. Now I do. I don't know if it's 15. I'm trying to picture a human being, and like a 6-foot human being standing, like if we put somebody up there.
Right.
It might be less than that.
It might be less than 15 feet.
It might be.
Yeah, because if the floor to the red line is 40 feet, that red piece up there is less than a quarter of that. So.
I'd say so, because I'm even trying to picture, say, a basketball hoop. We know that's 10 feet.
Right.
And that looks like you might be able to get a hoop up there, and that would be about it.
So let's go with 55 feet. What do you say?
That's fine with me. Yeah.
So it's about 55 feet. Whereas Miami Highlight and some of the other frontons that you might have visited over the years, the screen is like right above the red line. So this is one of the higher screens, and I think I touched on it a few weeks back how I don't like the unfair advantage of the higher screen. I think that it allows weaker back quarters to lob the ball to the back wall. And I think that that's an unfair advantage because if you're weak and you're a back
2 minutes to game 5. 2 minutes.
If you're weak and you're a back quarter, then that's kind of that's your problem, man. You know?
Right. No, exactly.
I think that if you're strong and you're a back quarter, you should fire a line drive to the Chula. That's just the way I was taught to do it at Miami, so that's the way I like to see it. Yeah. Other than that, we got Mike from Connecticut. He thinks I'm hiding from him. He wanted to know how am I and Dave doing tonight? How are we doing tonight, Dave?
Oh, if that's the general question, just fine. Thank you very much, Mike, for asking. We're doing great as far as I can tell, unless somebody knows something I don't.
If there was an award for consistency of somebody that calls my office at least, I'm gonna throw it low and say twice a month since the Battle of the Palace till December 1st, Mike DeLucia would win that award.
Well, again, Mike, we're only down to small T-shirts in Battle of the Palace, so I don't know if that's your size or maybe you've got somebody in your life who wears a small. But no, we appreciate the caring that goes into this from the people who are watching. We don't always agree with you. You don't always agree with us. That's perfectly fine. But you're out there, and we do appreciate that.
Yes,
very,
we do.
very much. That even if you're, all the way up the East Coast and in Connecticut, where many of you seem to be, it's fantastic that you care, and hopefully you are successful in your wagering.
Yeah, and last but certainly not least, someone here is mentioning that they left me a message about approaching Sherwin-Williams and getting them to sponsor painting the court. And I can tell you one thing: this court, the sidewall right now, is currently that paint, the paint from Sherwin-Williams. We have an account with them right across the street from the fronton, the casino. There's one, and that's where we pick up all our paint, not just for the court, but for anywhere in the casino. And that paint was a big problem for us. So the sidewall is still original. We never repainted it, but the front and back walls were repainted because the paint that we got from them was, again, it sounds bad to say it, but it was too good for the highlight game.
You are in the scout seat as far as the betting line. How are we doing there?
We're doing okay. There's about, I would say, 8 to 10 people.
Okay,
but,
we need to keep
but
going,
my question is, where's my assistant? He should have blown the whistle 2 minutes ago.
Well,
the players are still on the court.
The players are still on the court, and bless their hearts, they're not going to move until they're told to.
No, yeah.
But
I see Romo there. He's quite the social guy, and he's a social butterfly. We were talking about that earlier, and he's there, and he's in a full conversation.
This is him. You want to take this one?
Yeah,
All
let me
you
try.
take
Let me
it.
think.
That's the
Hello?
cage calling. So probably wondering how much longer it's going to be. In my era in the '80s when I was here.
Blow the whistle. Bring him in. We're gonna go ahead and play the march as soon as you bring him in.
There you go. Say now it's going to happen real quickly. In the '80s, we when I was here, we didn't have phones. We had tomato cans and strings. No, we had a intercom.
Intercoms. We used to have intercoms here.
And boop, it'd be.
Yeah, it was awesome.
And actually, I prefer it over the phone.
Yeah, that was a Marty Fleshman thing. When I first started working in 2009, he would tell me to use the intercom no matter what. Always communicate with the announcers, and the intercom was the best way. All right, let her rip, Dave.
All right, here we go.
All right, here we go. Game number 5, a spectacular 7 singles match at ITURBIDE will serve in the red, post 1. Etcheverry in the blue, post number 2. Urbieta serves, and the game is on. That falls short, point to 2. Here's Sulaika in the white of post 3. Underserve, point 3. Vicente in the green to post 4. Sulaika going for that corner. He found it and a very accurate right side. Point 2, post 3. ITURBIDE in the black shirt, post 5. ITURBIDE drops Tejada, but Sulaika was in the neighborhood. He eased up a bit on that left side, and that was the right touch, point to 3. Here's Lulu in the goal to post 6. Suleika with a 2-wall. Run down in the wood in time by Lalou. Strong overhand and a winner, 6. Now receiving serve, Urrutia in the brown shirt of post number 7. Right down the wall. Great rebote by Lalou, 6. Post 8, Laduch in the purple completes the single point round. Tough catch by Lalou. Laduch on the run. Now changes it up. Tejada. Point of the 8. Now Urbieta in post 1. Under serve, by 1. Post 2, Echeverry. Point to 1. Vicente in post 4. Point 4 on the overserve. Now back in post 5, ITURBIDE. Two points for post 5. Now Suleika back in post 3 with 3 points. Great rebote there by ITURBIDE, but Suleika played that about as well as you can. Point to 3. Possible game point for Suleika in post number 3. Here's this 7, Urrutia. And too good from Suleika that time. Point of game to post 3. The 1 second and 3 players left for show position playoff. It starts with 6 serving 4 and 5 awaits the winner. That's perfect. Point of 4. Possible show point for post 4, Bixente. Here's ITURBIDE in post 5. That's a point for the 5, and now for the show, 5 will serve 4. And taking the show position, post 5. Suleika wins game number 5 in post 3. Urbieta second in post 1. ITURBIDE third in post number 5. The result official, a 3-1 exacta, $37.80, a 1-3 Quinella, $23.60, 3-1-5, $2 trifecta, $120.60, and the pick 3, 5, 3, 3, $418. And if you missed that pick 3, here comes another one. Game 6, a spectacular 7 doubles and another pick 3. Post time in about 8 minutes. We urge you not to get caught at the end of a line. When you hear the march music, you know what that means. And another reminder to stick around for our 10th game this evening. Win betting available on the Partido, the second of our 4 quarterfinals in the Dania Beach Invitational. ITURBIDE and OYHENARD going against Aaron and LABORDE. 15 points, no double points.
stop the battle within your soul. You know it's all in your head. Being sad doesn't make you smart. It seems your heart just needs a fresh start. Higher than the rain. Far from all the voices stealing as we can. Higher than the pain. We can make it, we can take it easy. Is this reality? We choose what we see. Close your eyes. Is it just you? Who's too proud to go? All your enemies.
3 minutes until Game 6 and our second Big Three. Now 3 minutes to make your selections.
They don't exist inside of your mind.
And as we get close, let's re-reveal our picks, I think, for this upcoming Partido, which is, we have games 6, 7, 8, and 9 to go. And the warm-up is not terribly long because you won't see those 4 guys out until game 8, which is Benny's strategy so they don't burn themselves out.
Actually, I made a mistake in the program, and I'm not too big to admit when I make a mistake.
You mind telling me this?
And I don't know if anybody noticed, but ITURBIDE was in that last game. Was he not in Game 5?
Yeah, in the singles.
He was in Game 5.
Like I said,
That was,
sometimes these guys get to go out and play a little bit, and
that was an oversight on my part because normally what I like to do is just let them play the 2 games before. And I don't really like the setup that we have now where the last game is singles because that means that they have to play a singles match right before the Partido. I'd rather be a doubles match, preferably like years ago when you would play like NJF
back in the
tournaments.
12 game. Yeah, but the 12 game days, game 11 was your championship singles and 12 was always your championship doubles.
Right, and the player manager would usually put you with your partner in the warm-up game right before your Partido, so you could kind of just get a little rhythm going right before you start. But we have a singles game, so like in certain cases, you see a guy like a Tyne is going to be playing the singles game, and he rarely, if ever, plays the 9th game singles. So it's not the best setup, but it's what we got. So I try to make it work. But I overlooked the fact that I put ITURBIDE in Game 5 this evening. So I got a message from him. Do I have to actually go and play Game 5?
Well, he picked up a little something for the ITURBIDE fund.
Well, there you go. So then I actually, because Arda was the one that pointed it out to me, he said, hey, you know that ITURBIDE is in Game 5? And I said, oh, no, it must have been a mistake. And he goes, yeah, he wants to know if he has to come and play it. And I said to him, I just hope he wins it because at least then I don't feel as bad.
Well, he cashed. How about that?
Okay,
It was in Formula One. He hit the podium.
Okay. Yeah.
So we're good there. So we got I don't know how much time we have. A minute or so downstairs.
Yeah, we got about 8 people in line.
Okay, so real quickly, my pick for tonight was Aaron and LABORDE, the 5 seed. I've become a big Aaron fan. I like his fearlessness. I think he's super aggressive. And as we saw last night, the aggressive player darn near won this thing, Echeverry. Yes. He was more aggressive than Suleika. And I think that's Aaron's nature. You, on the other hand, who know much more about this thing than I do, like the 4 seed, ITURBIDE and OYHENARD.
Well, when I took my pick the other day, I did admit that I have a soft spot for ITURBIDE. I like the kid. I mean, I don't want to say I discovered him, but I met him in the World Cup Sub-22 in Mexico City in 2011. It was actually he and Bailo that played together.
Wow.
Both under 22. They beat the French team. They went to the finals and they actually won the gold medal. They beat Kevin Iturbide and another backcourter named Echegaray, which is now plays. Well, he played for us with the name Yeche, and then he plays now with the name Nicholas. So those 4 guys I met when in 2011 I brought them over here. Iturbide and Bailo were the number 1 team. And
it's Romo again. I'll handle this one. Go ahead.
Yeah. Iturbide and Bailo were the first team, and the second team, oddly enough. Tell them there's about 10 people in the line, and we're going to hold it another 60 seconds. All right, thank you. Tell them blow your whistle and listen for the music. So going back to
I
the
appreciate the extra communication, though. So
Yes.
props to Romo.
Yes,
we love to kid around with him. He's
Actually, after this game, I'm going to go down and relieve him because he's going to eat a soup real quick because he almost didn't make it through the partido last night. So he wants us to kind of speed it along, is my guess. But let me finish
Bless
my
him.
story
Bless
first,
this
and then
man.
we'll play
God, I
the
love him.
music. So Iturbide and Bailo were the first, the A team for the Spanish team. And the second team was Barrandica with Salegi.
Boy, Barrandica.
Barrandica and Salegi were the B team, so A and B, and was able to bring all 4 of those guys over in 2016. Bailo came a little bit before. And Kevin Iturbide and Yeche were they were the number 2 team as well or the B team for France. But anyways, so I have a soft spot for Iturbide and Bailo and all those kids that I was able to recruit back in 2011-12. So that's why I took them. Now, I would be the first to admit that I could very possibly be wrong in my pick for tonight because you're right. Aaron is a great player, and he has just as much chance to win this as Iturbide. But I will say, OYHENARD, I believe, is a little bit stronger than
And that's
LABORDE.
fair. That's fair. OYHENARD is utterly fearless back there, too. So, all right, well, we got to get Romo some help. What kind of soups he have, you know?
I would be guessing, but I'm gonna guess it's something thick and creamy like pumpkin or
For you Seinfeld fans, since he's playing tonight, mulligatawny. All right, here we go.
It is time for game number 6, and for you, a salute from the players. Uresti and Bailo in the red shirts at post number 1, serving Arietta, and tying the second in the blue shirts at post number 2. This game begins our second pick 3. And the game is underway. Fine grab there by tying the second off of a terrific rebote by Uresti. Karam, however, is too low, pointed 2. Goanaga and Arta in the white shirts, post number 3. High bounce catch by Arrieta. Well placed left side. And that took 2 bounces, point to two. Suleika and Dania in the green, post 4. Point to 4. Urrutia and Portet, they're the black shirts, post 5. Gramate by Urrutia, just before the screen. The grab is made by Suleika. Puts the right side where Portet was in position to midcourt. And a point to post 4. Now in the gold, Benetrix and Mandiola, post 6. On the inside placement, but Suleika is there in plenty of time. Hammers the left side. Suleika's Ramate. Too good. Point to 4. Echeberry and Mancy in the brown to post 7. Point to 4. Now the purple to post 8 here is Lulu and Urbieta. Big bounce, point to 4. Post 4, Suleika and Dania, possible game point, serving the wand, Oresti and Bilo. A great effort, but a point in game to post 4 and a run out. Finishing second, Arietta, and a tie in post number 2. That leaves us with 6 teams in an elimination playoff for the show position. It begins with 3 serving 5, then 6 will serve 7, 8 will serve the 1, and the winners will play on. From in close, Urrutia scores a point for the 5. Now 6 will serve 7. Terrific rebote that time by Benetrix, point to the 6. And now the 8 will serve 1. Winning remate by Uresti. Score that one for the 1. 5 will serve 6. 1 is on deck. That's well played to the backcourt by Mandiola. 2-all from distance. Benetrix returns it from the wood and chopped down nicely by Portet. Benetrix on the run. That took 2 bounces. Urrutia will score that for the 5. 5 has possible show point, serving the 1. Great catch there by Urrutia. Big left side. Urrutia, Karam reached out and grabbed by Uresti. Counter Karam, caught on the wood. And Urrutia puts it away for the 5. They take the show. The end of tonight's 6th game, post 4, the winners, Suleika and Donnell. Arietta and a tie in the 2nd, place in post number 2. Urrutia and Portet earned the show in post 5. The official results are in. A 4-2 exacta, $29.80. 2-4 Quinella, $13.20. And your 4-2-5 trifecta, $226.60. We have reached our 2nd superfecta of the night. Spectacular 9 doubles. All points will double at the end of the opening round. No scratches tonight, and we're getting ever closer to our 10th game. Straight win betting available on game number 10. You can choose either ITURBIDE and OYHENARD or Aaron and LABORDE, playing to 15 points with no double points. That's the second quarterfinal in the Dania Beach Invitational Tournament, coming up with game number 10. But next, game 7. Get in line right now. Got about 3 minutes now till we play Game 7, Spectacular 9 Superfecta doubles match. Here are the players for game number 7, spectacular 9 doubles match. In the red of post 1, it's Dania and Portet. And the blue shirts of post 2 will handle the receiving. That's Urrutia and Bilo. This game played to 9 points. There's the serve, and the game is on. Two gets the first point. Here's LaDuce and Donnell teamed up in the white, post 3. LaDuce handles the high bounce, goes for the high bounce with his throw. And that time, a great interception by Urrutia. Back wall, Donnell. Point 2. Echeverry, Urbieta in the green of post 4. That brushed along the display on next to the scoreboard. It's out of play, point 4. Benetrix and Arta, they're teamed in the black at post number 5. Costado by Benetrix. Almost. Point to 5. Sulaika and a time to second in the goal to post 6. Benetrix had to cover a lot of ground, and the save by Sulaika to keep the point going, and it worked. 1 for the 6. Now the brown shirts, here's post 7, Lalou and Mendiola. That's a point for the 7. Now the purple. Here's post number 8 to Resti and Mansi to complete the first round. Point 8 on the overserve. Points you doubled, playing to 9 points to get the victory. Here's post 1, Adietup and Portet. To the inside, charging in comes Portet, blasting the left side off the back wall, and it's a good one, point to 1. Here's post 3, LaDuche and Daniel. Cortada by Adietup, and right before the wall, LaDuche makes the grab. LaDuche looking for the big bounce. He gets it, however. Incredible save by Portet. LaDuche faked inside, went outside, and that is well done. Point to 3. Irucha and Bilo back in post 2. Still in play after that incredible save. Irucha just unloads. Oh my. Almost. Point to 2. Now the 4 at Shabari and Urbieta. Unbelievable catch there by Etcheberry along the wall. Good left side as well. Ruccia goes down for the Bote save. Etcheberry has it bounce off his basket, point to 2. Now in post 5, Benatrix and Arta. Benatrix. Oh, and Bilo pulls it out of the sky. And right off the wall, taken by Benatrix. And spins out of Bilo's basket, point to 5. 5 serving the 6. That's Suleika, and tying the second. On the run, catch made by a time the second. One bounce and good. Point 6. Now Lalou and Mendiola, post 7. That's 2 more for post 6. Now post 8, Uresti and Mancy. Point to post 6. 6 has possible game point, serving to Arietta and Portet in post number 1. It is possible game point for post number 6. That's point to 1. And 1 will bring out post number 3, LaDuche and Donnell. 1 will serve. Arietta fake the outside, goes inside. Well done, point to one. Now here's the 4 team of Echeverry and Urbieta. One scores again. And now one has possible game point. That's Arietta and Portet trying to stop them. Post number 2, Urrutia and Pilo. Arietta with a leaping grab at line number 7. Urrutia to Alai, Arietta perfectly positioned. Comes with a cortada. Bilo almost had it, but it's point of game. At post 1, 6 is second, 2 is third, and 5 takes the 4th place spot. Capturing game number 7, post 1, Arietta and Portet with the 6 seconds, Sulaika and to time the second. Post 2 was third, Urrutia and Bilo, and Penetrix and Arta grab the 4th spot in post number 5. The official results show a 1-6 exacta $47, 1-6 Quinella $28.40, 1-6-2 trifecta $177.20, and $646.40 for a 1-6-2-5 superfecta. $64.64 for the 10-cent version. 1 is the second number in the pick 3. The pick 3 concludes with game number 8, but game number 8 also brings us our second daily double. We go back to spectacular 7 scoring, and it'll be a doubles match in game number 8. And don't forget, make your plans to stick around for game 10 tonight. 2 teams, eyeball to eyeball. 15 points to advance to the semifinals of the Dania Beach Invitational to take on Sulaika and Mansi on January 19th.
click. End up showing what you read. Know your worth and don't sell cheap. The ghost is inside of me, can't take it out of me. No matter where I've been, start where I'm meant to be. I be shining perfect timing. Check your watch, and I know who I am. I am no longer lost. I got tired of walking around with a mask on, smiling but my heart singing sad songs. Yeah, I was living for myself. I was dead wrong till I got the call, no cell phone. I got tired of walking around with a mask on, smiling but my heart singing sad songs. Yeah, I was living for myself. I was dead wrong till I got the call, no cell phone. Man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah. Made in this image, I'm a young man. You talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, made in this image, I'm a young OG boy.
Got about 4 minutes till game 8 and the daily double. Schedule for the rest of the week. We'll be back here tomorrow for a doubleheader at 1 and 7, 9 games, and Sunday a 9-game matinee. After tonight, the next partido in the Dania Beach Invitation will be on January 12th. That's Thursday of next week. It'll be LaDouche and Atine II teamed up against Benetrix and Urbieta. That's the 3 seed versus the 6 seed. A week from tonight, we'll close out the quarterfinals with Vicente and Bailo taking on Urrutia and Mandiola. All that will be partido action played to 15 points, and it'll be 10th games in the quarterfinals. Last call for your Game 8 picks. Last call. And here we go with game number 8. Spectacular 7 doubles match and beginning of our second daily double. It'll be Suleika and LABORDE in the red of post number 1, serving to LaDouche and OYHENARD in the blue of post 2. Game is on. And the corner, OYHENARD hangs tough. Out, point 2. Now the white shirts, here's post number 3, Vicente, and a tie in the second. Touch to the backcourt, point to 3. Now the green team, post number 4, Goanaga and Portet. Stato from Goanaga. And that's going to be a point on the board for the 4. Now on the court in the black shirts, here's Echeverry and Bilo in post number 5. Portet takes it off the side wall. And in the corner, Bilo had no other place to go. Good catch around the shoe tops by Goanaga. That comes up short, point to 4. Arietta and Donnell in the goal to post number 6 are teamed up. Arietta's placement, delicately done, point to 6. ITURBIDE and Urbieta in the brown shirts, post number 7. At 6. Aaron and Mendiola, the purple to post 8 to complete round 1. We just got there to Donnell, and it might work out. It does, point to 6. Points are double. Here's post 1, Zulaika and Laborde. Sidewall catch by LABORDE. Point of the one. LaDouche and OYHENARD in post two. Point to two. Vicente in the tie in the second, post three. Two all on the Devote, but LaDouche is right there. Cortada, and a fine grab there by Vicente. Point to the three. Echeverry and Bilo, post five. Out of play. 1-5. Here's the four. Goanaga and Portet. Goanaga, one bounce, two bounces, and 2 points for post four. ITURBIDE and Urbieta, post seven. Point two, post number 7. Here is the 8, Aaron and Mandiola. Right to the back wall, Urbieta hanging in there. And point 8. Now Adieta and Danelle back with 3 points in post 6. Beautifully followed there by Mandiola. Good save there by Aaron. Adieta makes the catch. Faked outside, went inside, but Mandiola anticipated. It's a hard left side and a good grab there by Danelle. Great grab, Mandiola on the high bounce. Adieta down to the floor to make the save. Aaron Bramate, point to the 8. Now post 1, Suleika and Laborde. Yeah, look what I found. Way to one. LaDuce and OYHENARD at post 2. And LaDuce, foot on the screen, makes the grab. The return goes into the middle of the court. And LaDuce was jammed but held on. That is too far outside on the outside placement, point to 1. Suleika and Laborde in post 1 have a possible game point serving Bixente and a time the second, post 3. Sidearm slinger. Suleika reaches out to grab it to get it back into play. He gets it away from the front court. Hooked it out of bounds, point to 3. 3 with a possible game point. That's Vicente, and to tie in the second. Here's post 5, Echeverry and Bilo. Big shot by Vicente, but Echeverry backed up beautifully. A tie in the second, a terrific grab. Still in play. Vicente, Costado, coming way out. Big bounce, that was tipped. Point to 5. 5 will serve 4. That's Goenaga and Portet. That serve is over, point to 4. Possible game point for post 4. Goenaga and Portet. Here's the 7. ITURBIDE and Urbieta. Point end game, post 4, 1 second and 3 is third. Goenaga and Portet captured game number 8 in post 4. Suleika and Laborde second in post 1 and show the 3, Vicente and Atine the second. And in game number 8, the official results show a 4-1 exacta for $48, while a 1-4 Quinella, $51.20, a 4-1-3 $2 trifecta, $469.60, 4-1-4, the pick 3 combo, $856.40, and 4 is the first number in the daily double. Our last Quinella game of the evening, but not our last game of the evening, is coming up with game number 9 singles and superfecta betting in this game. So it was played to spectacular 9 scoring. No changes in game number 9, and shortly following game 9, we will open up the windows for game number 10, our Partido quarterfinal in the Dania Beach Invitational, ITURBIDE and OYHENARD versus Aaron and Laborde.
So we've just got one game to go before we get it on for the Partido. We're hoping that it's as exciting and as well played as last night's. Let's break this down in kind of a scouting report, Benny, and the strengths and weaknesses of the 4 guys involved. And we'll start with the higher seed, the 4 seed, ITURBIDE and OYHENARD.
Well, besides my bromance with ITURBIDE,
yes, which doesn't count.
Look, I've seen him play in the fall challenge here. And I've seen him play when he was younger in the tournament I mentioned earlier. And as I mentioned, I saw him play in the closing week of last November. He played a Partido with Salegi. And he's just aggressive, and he's going to win or lose, and he's going to live or die by the shot. And I hope we see that tonight, because if he's on, it's going to make for some exciting highlight. His partner, OYHENARD, a very strong kid. over in France, and I'm not sure if he plays it, but over in France, they play a different modality of highlight called Plaza Libre, which is one wall, and then there's an out-of-bounds line about 200 or 225 feet back. So assuming that the back wall isn't there, the object is to throw it off that front wall as far back as you can. That's why a lot of these back quarters have good left sides, because they play Plaza Libre. And I'm not sure if OYHENARD does, but if he doesn't, he definitely should, because he's got a really strong left side. I think that's going to be his strength tonight. As far as Aaron, that's where, I think he's going to be the wild card. I think he is going to prove me wrong and prove you right by playing aggressive and throwing some shots and scoring when he has the opportunity. As I mentioned yesterday 7 or 10 times, these partidos are all about getting an opportunity and scoring when you have the opportunity. And LABORDE, he's a pretty steady backcourter. He's not really flashy. He doesn't do anything, out of the ordinary. But, he keeps his partner in the point. And I think that's going to be important, because Aaron is going to need to get as many opportunities as he can to run up and kill the point. So, again, I think that OYHENARD is probably the strongest of the four, and if he does his job as a good backcourter should, he'll put ITURBIDE in a good spot to run up and kill the point.
Well, that's pretty logical. I think Aaron, for me, is a really exciting player and risk-taking kind of guy. But you bring up a good point about ITURBIDE, too. Kind of a similar style. I don't know why I notice Aaron a little bit more than ITURBIDE in that regard. So it's going to be fascinating. In fact, they're warming up together right now.
Yeah.
They're about 8 feet from each other, 10 feet from each other in this upcoming Game 9 singles. So
yeah,
this should be a lot of fun. Last night there was this kind of, oh my God, Zuleika's not going to win this thing. How can this be?
Yeah.
And they did and how ironic was it today in Game 5 singles? Etcheberry's first point serving, he underserves Zuleika.
Yeah, I didn't see that, but I had heard somebody made a comment like, how can you underserve in single? And again, I said it yesterday in a partido, you have an extra overserve. So your objective in a partido is to ace serve on the first serve by throwing it as deep as you can in the box and hoping it bounces over or just gives you a favorable bounce, and the backcourter has to just cough it up to you. But in singles, you don't get the overserve, but again, the objective is to serve the ball where the guy receiving it is going to catch it on the back wall. So I guess the rule is if you're going to serve bad in singles, it has to be an overserve.
Yeah, he just went way under, which is just the irony on that is unbelievable, because that's how the partido, if you don't know, ended last night. Yeah. So that was unbelievable finish to a terrifically played match, a bit of an anticlimax to say the least, but we'll see what happens tonight. I'm really looking forward to seeing this.
I just scored this last game, and Etcheberry, came in off, after the practice, and it was only he and I in the cage at the time. And I asked him, I said, "So how you feeling? Are you sore?" He said, "No, not at all. I woke up a little bit sore, but I feel great right now." And I said, "Are you sad?" And he goes, "Yeah, I'm very sad. I'm extremely sad." And I told listen, don't worry. There's going to be more opportunities, but I could totally understand that. Not making it through the first round is tough, because they battled for a whole month to be able to get into this, and then just in one throw like that, it's all over. But like I said earlier, if we have a long future here, I guarantee you that you guys are going to be seeing more of him.
Yeah, I hope so. That would be fantastic. You got about 3 minutes till we get this singles match out of the way. We'll just remind, although I don't even need to remind this group, we'll be back tomorrow 1 and 7 Eastern time. And then Sunday, the matinee, and that will conclude the week. And this tournament resumes 6 nights from now on the 12th with LaDuce and Atine, Benetrix Urbieta. I am very excited about that match. That's my upset special, although, hell, at the third seed, it can't be that big of an upset. LaDuce and Atine the second to make the finals. And then Bixente Bailo, Urrutia Mandiola. The more I watch these guys, Benny, the more interesting that match a week from tonight is starting to look, because Urrutia and Mandiola are really in good form right now. We know Benetrix and Bixente and Bailo, second seed, they proved themselves over a month. but their opponents are playing their best right now.
Yeah, you know, Urrutia was one of the guys that started off real slow, and he was battling for, you know,
2 minutes
eighth
to game
place.
9.
He was battling for 8th place, and then he was battling for 7th, and he moved up into 6th. And he, you know, he was moving up and down. He had a slow start, and I think that now he's starting to get into a little bit of a groove. And I think he's gaining his confidence. Again, this is a tough court. I mean, anybody that you know has been to several different courts knows that this court is not an easy court to play on. And it's just simply because it's not really a fast court, and it's kind of big. So, you know, for a front quarter, it takes a little time to get used to it and you know, get to know it a little bit. And he had a slow start, but I think now he's peaking as far as his confidence goes. And you know, Mandiola, again, we were talking about the other day. He's pretty solid back quarter,
Yeah.
and he you know, he's aggressive when he has to be, and you know, for the most part, he's a good defender. So, I mean, again, I like Vicente because he's unpredictable like if I look at everybody as like, okay, if I was playing against you, and he reminds me a little bit, I mentioned the other day, of Recalde. He'll throw inside, he'll throw outside, he'll throw back, he'll throw, you know, he has an array of shots, so he always keeps you guessing of what he's going to do next, and that in a partido could be the difference if he catches you off balance a couple times.
Well, and you have the time to do that. Again, without that 1 point and you sit down kind of thing going, you can – a guy like that's going to benefit. I'm really intrigued by that one. I agree with you that Vicente and Bailo I would have to make a favorite, but I think they're going to be in for a real wrestling match. Yeah. How does it look down there? Are we ready to go for game 9?
Yeah, we got a couple people. A couple of games ago, one of my referees sent me a text message. Jay Anastasia, anybody that knows about Highline knows Jay. He's from Connecticut. He wants to throw his pick into the mix and say that LaDuce Tyne is going to win it all.
Win it all?
Win it all. That's what he said. He says LaDuce and Tyne win it all.
You might be right.
Here we go, game number 9, a spectacular 9 singles match with the superfecta. It's ITURBIDE in the red of post 1. Aaron in the blue of post 2 will receive the serve. There's a serve. We're underway. Long Dejada. And Aaron read it. Comes back with the left side. Took a little something off of it. Point to 2. Etcheberry in post 3 in the white shirt. And that's well done by Aaron on that remate. Point to the 2. LaDuce in the green, post 4. Aaron with the scoop and a handsome right side that checks up, point to 2. Suleika wears the black shirt in post 5. That's an ace, point two. Now LaBorde in the gold, post six. And Tejada there for Aaron. Point to two. 5 in a row for Aaron. He'll continue this round by serving to post 7 in the brown shirt. Arrieta. Two all by Arrieta, but Aaron too fast. Point two. Possible game point for Aaron in post two. Here's OYHENARD in post 8. And a correction, not possible game point, because this is a 9-point game. Point to the 8. The double point round begins, playing to 9. ITURBIDE, post 1. ITURBIDE with an impressive play. Double point for the 1. Now the 3, Etcheberry. ITURBIDE shooting again, but Etcheberry was waiting. But he missed the shot. Out of bounds, point 1. Here's post 4, LaDuche. Tejada, successful. LaDuche picks up 2 for post number 4. Here's the 5, Sulaika. Taken off the wall by LaDuche. Suleika hauls it in. Point to 5. LABORDE, post 6. Point to 5. Here's Arietta, post 7. That's an overserve. Point to the 7. Back with 6 in a row. Aaron in post 2. He has 6 points. Arietta will serve to him. It's out of play. Possible game point for post 2, Aaron. Here is OYHENARD at post 8. Perfection, a check for Aaron, winning game to the 2. Now, place and show point with 1 serving 5. Suleika gets that point for the 5. He finishes second. ITURBIDE is third at post number 1. And now for 4th place, it'll be 4 serving 7 to fill out the superfecta. Perfectly placed by LaDuce, and 4 takes the point and finishes 4th. So in game 9, Aaron wins it in post 2, Suleika second, post 5, ITURBIDE with a show in post 1, and LaDuce 4th in post 4. The official results, the exacta 2-5, 41-20. Quinella 2-5, 22-20. 2-5-1 trifecta for $2, 140.40. And a superfecta 2-5-1-4, 248.90. Daily double 4-2, 108.40. And it's time. Game 10. Partido. 7 minutes till we get this game underway. And the pairing will be ITURBIDE and OYHENARD, and as the higher seed, they'll wear the red shirts, and they will serve first to start the match. Those two will be Aaron and LABORDE. They'll be out momentarily. You can win bet on this. So good luck. Pick your winner. And this game will go in about 6 or 7 minutes. Good luck.
Dead to me, R.I.P. buried. 무리들이 몰려온다 사자해라 미리. Dead to me, R.I.P. buried. 무릎 꿇고 고개 숙여 반성해라 피리. Wait up, 잘못 오셨네요. 상관없는 자에게는 묻지 마세요. 성격 끝이 씻고 and I live to tell the tale. 못이 박히게 얘기했지만 coffin and a nail. Buried so deep in your excrete. 누굴 탓해, 다 네가 한 짓. I've been mute, I've been discreet. 알만한 사람 다 알아, 나 in these streets. 시끌벅적, 시끌벅적, 시끌벅적. 동네 시끄럽네요. 시끌벅적, 시끌벅적, 시끌벅적. 많은 사람 많네요. Come on, hit you ain't right. They coming for your ransom. 나 어째 call you lawyer. 뭐 막아, can't do nothing for ya. I said come on, hit you ain't right. They coming for your ransom. 나 어째 call you lawyer. 뭐 막아, can't do nothing for ya. Dead to me, R.I.P. buried. Angry mom coming for your pitch.
A couple of things, if this is your first time watching a partido, again, the winner will get to 15 points. You do not have to win by 2. And there are no double points. So everything is single pointed. A couple of other differences. An overserve is permitted. Think of it as tennis where you get 2 serves. If you overserve, you get a second serve. However, if you underserve, you've lost the point immediately. It is over as it would be in a normal quinella game. unlike a Quinella game, here in a partido, you are allowed to sidewall serve. In other words, hit the side wall before the front wall with the serve. In the first 9 games, that would have resulted in the loss of a point. You have to hit the front wall first. But here, you don't have to. Now, we didn't see any sidewall serves last night. Doesn't mean we won't tonight. That option is available to the players. Occasionally, you'll see the players take a break in the action. That can only be started by the team that won the most recent point. So let's say that Aaron and the board win a point and want to take a break, they can call for it. They can't call for it if they lost the last point. Otherwise, everything is as you normally expect it to be. And we'll be starting this match in about a minute. The winner will take on Zuleika and Mansi on January 19th.
And with all that said, we're really are a minute away. I'll introduce the players, and then we'll get started on our commentary with Benny Bueno, Dave Lamont, and glad you are with us on YouTube, whether you're doing it live or watching it a little bit later on at your leisure. I'm guessing we could probably start this on time. Well, Benny, anybody a long line down there? Are we good?
No, actually, there's 2 or 3 people that
Okay.
are kind of just chit-chatting in the
Well then.
in there. So yeah, whenever
let's
you're
bring
ready.
them out.
Plus, they
All right.
have the game will be open until they salute, which gives you a little time to introduce the players.
And let's go with this right now.
They look ready.
And let's meet our teams. First off, the higher seeded team, the 4th seed. The front quarter, number 20, ITURBIDE. And finishing 4th in the backcourt race, his partner, OYHENARD, number 96. The blue shirts in post number 2, the front quarter, number 5 seed, Aaron. And his partner, number 64, LABORDE. We are ready for this 15-point partido. A salute from our players to you. Thank you for staying with us. Let's get going.
One of the rare times you'll hear the entire march. Going back to my radio days, in my disc jockey days in college, you always try to hit the post or end it on a sting. What's they call that last note that ends a song is a sting. And the old carts used to have little notes on it, like 30 seconds to talk up or sting at such and such a time. So
I love that song. You know, I said it, I think, one time on the broadcast, and I told the players this because these guys, you know, in partidos, they come out and get, you know, have a presentation, but they don't do a march out. And I've said it before, you know, every time I hear that song, it's just an opportunity to go out there and erase everything that happened the game before and go out there and play hard and win.
And the partido is underway.
So something else just to remind you all that Benny mentioned last night about the balls. We've had some balls that are cold as ice, as the old song goes, and others that have been warmed up during the warm-ups by the 4 players. So looking like they took a warmer ball here.
Yeah, I think that it's a good strategy. Again, it's a short game, 15 points. It's not a
Catch
30
pull
point.
up there by LABORDE.
It's not a 30-point partido, so you know they want to kind of get the ball moving quickly, sooner rather than later. And again, it's better for the front quarters to have a warmer ball.
And just to let you know that I don't know what's going to pop up on your screens on the YouTube side. We do have our emergency scoreboard ready to break glass because we think it's going to happen again with the way the tote is set up in-house. So don't worry, the score might look funny, but we'll have it.
Catch made by ITURBIDE.
I actually think it looks kind of nice. It's up there, and you know, at any point that you tune in or
That is too high and out of play, so the initial point goes to post 2.
at any time that you tune in or you look up, you can know the score at all times. So I actually kind of like this a little bit better than the one that flashes between points.
Well, I'm glad because, as expected, it has 2 serving 3 next. So
Well, there you go.
so I'm really happy you're happy with it.
Well, it's not about me. I hope that the people are happy with it, that they could see the score. We got Kachin 47 saying hello. How you doing, Kachin? Good to have you here, man. It's nice to see that you're participating in the chat. Longtime friend, we've known for a long time, and just welcome.
That's a nice name to pick.
Obviously not his real name. It's not the real Kachin.
No, but I'm saying if you're going to pick a name and go hang out in a highlight chat room, Kachin is not bad.
I call him Kachin.
Aaron flying over to make the grab.
Well, that's right down the middle. Aaron, sidearm 2-wall.
Returned by ITURBIDE off the shot from Aaron. Aaron now placing that cortada perfectly. Point to Aaron and LABORDE. They lead 2-0.
So we're 2 points in, and we've had about 4 or 5 shots already. So they're shooting it tonight.
Well, you called it. You expected that, and I that's the nature of these guys, the 2 front quarters. We even saw a shot out of the backcourt already. So, yeah, they're not messing around this evening.
Aaron looks like he's looking at his frame. He might have cracked his frame on that last catch or maybe the throw. I'm not sure. He looks like he's going upstairs to the basket room. Let Chabello, the basket maker, take a look at it. If in fact it is cracked, depending on how bad it's cracked, he may just put a splint in it, which will take a couple of minutes, not very long. Chabello is really good. He's like
and this timeout appears to be an equipment issue for Aaron. He may have a damaged cesta, and he's back.
And depending on if it's cracked or actually broken, he may have to come out and take out a new basket or another basket to finish the game. I'm pretty sure he's going to come out and want a practice throw or two.
I would think so, yeah.
Aaron will also have the option when he returns to have a practice throw or 2 if indeed he is getting either his basket repaired or breaks out a brand new cesta.
And Aaron is now back in the cage. You might be able to see him on the screen there, wetting the basket, which, as Benny has talked about, is actually quite important. And our weather here is cooled off. It's about in the low 60s outside and kind of dry. I don't think it's very humid outside. So that's another reason you got to keep that thing, the cesta, wet. So let's see what Aaron wants to do here. He has the practice option, as I just told the audience.
In the meantime, let me say hi to Frank. Frank, an old school regular here, not just in the audience, but also avid amateur that's been playing for many years. Truck driver now, over-the-road driver, so he's probably somewhere USA over on the shoulder watching the games.
Yes. Okay, so he'll practice. Okay, thanks, Romo. Bye. Yeah, as we thought, Romo just confirming that.
And so Aaron has indeed changed baskets, so he does get the opportunity to take some practice throws till he's ready.
This is kind of like when you have to unexpectedly bring a relief pitcher in baseball, and he's not had the chance to warm up. He gets an unlimited number of throws, if I remember right, until he feels like he's ready. Aaron seems ready.
He'll take a practice serve, I'm sure. I'm assuming he broke his other basket because that glove looks so shiny and new that
This is a practice serve.
it's probably a new basket that he's playing with.
Well,
It looks to be pretty good. You know, I was always a new basket guy. I always felt more confident with a new
The
basket.
game resumes. The score 2-0 in favor of Aaron and Laborde.
Unfortunately, some players struggle with a new basket. They have a hard time stopping the ball.
And we are still in practice serve mode.
when I heard the whistle, I thought that he was ready to go. And
Frank is also saying hello to you too.
hi, Frank.
You know. Frank.
Are we playing now? I believe we are.
Yeah, this is is
Okay.
official here.
The game resumes. And a point for ITURBIDE and OYHENARD. It is now 2-1 in favor of Aaron and Laborde.
Well, not surprisingly, his first somewhat difficult catch he couldn't make. So does this tame Aaron's aggression at all? Is an interesting
Yeah, I think
issue.
you're.
That is an allowed overserve. This next serve must be good.
I think you're going to see him playing a little more reserved and just kind of possibly taking the next couple of points to get used to this basket. And then if he feels good with it, then he'll resume with his shots.
Yeah, look, that basket's almost shiny.
Yeah, it looks brand new to me. You know, he's fortunate to have another
Uh-oh,
basket.
Look out.
It's out of play, and the score is tied at 2.
Well, that had nothing to do with his basket.
No. He's fortunate to have another new basket because a lot of times, you know, especially in a long season, they came for 2 months, so I'm sure everybody brought 2 or 3 baskets with them. But like in a long season, sometimes you run out of baskets, and all you have on your rack is old baskets, and it's actually worse than the basket you'd be playing with.
So Aaron and Laborde won the first 2 points, and now ITURBIDE and OYHENARD have countered to tie things up. It's a good-looking shot there, but, man, it's another point for them.
ITURBIDE and OYHENARD get that point to lead 3-2.
Well, he was on the right path. He came up nicely. If he would have caught that ball, he would have been in a great position to throw it all the way to the back, maybe a chick-chack or just a short rebote that his partner could have run up and scored off of.
A point to ITURBIDE and OYHENARD.
Well, he's tried 2 catches. Both have been above average in degree of difficulty, and he hasn't made them. So it's 4-2.
Yeah, and you know, sometimes
4-2, ITURBIDE and OYHENARD in the lead.
sometimes when you break a basket, when you come out with the new basket, you're a little tentative. You don't want to break another basket. So, like I said, he's going to take a couple points to maybe get used to it.
Problem is he hasn't had a chance to catch anything yet. The 2 he went for were kind of hard, and he missed them.
Great play there by Laborde.
Well, that's trouble.
A point for ITURBIDE and OYHENARD. They lead 5-2.
5 straight points now for ITURBIDE and OYHENARD ever since Aaron broke his basket.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate miss there for Laborde. I mean, it wasn't it's not like the throw was placed there. It was a accidental sidewall clip. He just couldn't reach it. He wasn't expecting it.
And I think they've all been errors by the blue team, too. Well, this ought to be interesting. He played that very nicely. And the texts in Benny's phone are flying in. You can't hear that noise, but I can.
I got it up against the glass here, and it's vibrating. That's my good friend Scott from last night. He's just being funny.
Right now, the backcourt is testing each other out with reverses.
And this is what they do in
Terrific grab there by LABORDE.
in Europe and mainly in France. You know, both Saint Juan de Luz and Biarritz, they're both slow courts, and the backcourters just play catch, you know, until something changes where a front quarter could get in there and score a point.
Iturbide with a Bote Carrito catch, line 7, floating right side, caught by LABORDE.
Great position there. Let's see if Iturbide can take advantage of this.
Headed to Bote by Aaron. Did bounce in the court, and it's going to be a point for Aaron on the board. They'll get the serve back, trailing 5-3.
I wasn't sure that was going to land in.
Yeah, I could tell that he has this basket pretty good. You know, you could usually tell when the ball is like we say, escaping or getting away from you, or if it's hooking. And he seems to have it pretty good. So I think that if he gets a little confidence, he's going to score some points here.
That's an overserve, second service for Aaron.
And that's okay. I'm not going to say that serve was intentional, but that's exactly what you want on your first serve. You know, get it deep and try to get a good bounce. Now we'll see if it was intentional or if it was actually the basket.
The serve has to be good. It is.
Now the Bote by Aaron. High bounce, splaying was OYHENARD.
Boy, that ought to be the cover of the next program. My goodness, that moment where he had everything, arms and legs.
Cortada by Aaron, and right there, Iturbide. Aaron standing right next to him on the response and scooped up by LABORDE.
Could Aaron have gotten any closer to Iturbide there? Holy smokes.
Picada attempt by Aaron, clipped the wall. Iturbide handles it.
LABORDE with the defense, he's playing great defense, and that's exactly what Aaron needs.
That little break, he made a few mistakes after the break, but he has settled down.
And that's a point for Aaron on the board. They trail 5-4 and will keep the serve.
This is a streaky match.
You know, again, I'm not going to say that these points are irrelevant, but just like I said yesterday, when you get to that 10th, 11th point is where you really start feeling like, okay, this is where I got to accelerate and finish this. And, you know, here, if you're up a point or down a point, it's not really the end of the world. That's a great serve.
That pinned OYHENARD. Look out.
One bounce and good, and that'll be a point for Iturbide and OYHENARD. They lead 6-4.
I'm going to say it before Scott texts me again. That's what any good amateur will call a shank, when you accidentally clip the side wall and hit the playing surface of the court and nobody can get it. You're welcome. There's that left side we were talking about.
Real good one.
And get up there.
And Aaron makes a remarkable save, and it's going to win the point.
See,
6-5. Aaron on the board earned the serve back, but Iturbide and OYHENARD have the lead.
that could have been a textbook play right there if Iturbide would have ran up to the 4 line and caught that in the air. I remember when I was a kid, a great player from Miami, Salazar, came to me and he asked me.
The snake?
Salazar the second. Is that
Oh,
what?
Salazar the second.
Yeah.
This is Salazar 1?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Now I interrupted your story. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I'll finish it after this point.
After this near ace.
Another great serve by Aaron, pinning him on the back wall. See if he takes advantage of it. There's a shot.
Cortada by Aaron.
Can't seem to sneak it by.
And a point for ITURBIDE and OYHENARD. They lead 7-5.
And so Salazar asks me, he says, hey, do you play highlight? And I said, yeah. He goes, do you let the ball bounce on the floor when you're playing? And I say, yeah, sometimes. He goes, you're never going to be any good at this.
Really?
Bad things happen when you let the ball bounce.
Interesting. Okay. I mean, sometimes I guess you can't help it, but
Right. But if you can help it, don't let it happen.
Valid point.
And we saw that with ITURBIDE there. He couldn't get that ball. It hit the screen.
A point for ITURBIDE and OYHENARD. Their lead 8-5.
Well, Aaron was all set to do an Aaron thing, probably a remate, knowing him, and just not available with that basket.
Got a question here that they're asking if wetting the basket helps to soften it, and it's quite the contrary. Wetting the basket makes it stronger. On each side of the frame, the first 3 ribs from the frame up, that's what gives the basket strength and integrity. So keeping that wet, it makes it stronger, and therefore your throws are better.
So second time that ITURBIDE and OYHENARD have had a 3-point advantage. They also led 5-2. And they're actually on a 8-3 run right now. Conservatively played by Aaron, but see.
That's out of play, and a point for Aaron on the board. They take the serve back, trailing 8-6.
That's what you call an unsuccessful shank. Shanked it, but landed on the wood. So, and that's not nice. I'm not going to call them shanks anymore.
Well, it's just it's an accident, really. I doubt. I mean, front quarters have been known to try that occasionally.
Yeah. You'll sometimes see a guy throw that shot and then like say, "I'm sorry" to the guy he threw it against because everybody knows that he didn't do it on purpose.
We haven't had many kill shots win points here. We've had a few unforced errors.
No room to hide there for OYHENARD.
That's one thing he is so good at.
Yep.
Just blocking out anything when he gets that deep in the court.
See, ITURBIDE needs to run up here. That's his opportunity.
ITURBIDE makes a tough catch, goes inside, and ITURBIDE earns the point and the serve. They're ahead 9-6.
But I see your point. He got away with it, but yeah, they've won 3 of the last 4 points now.
Yeah, he made a tough catch there. I mean, that's a 50-50 scoop there. You could miss it just as easily as you catch it, and then he got away with the good throw. So good for him, but like I said, you got to try to catch that ball in the air. Don't let it bounce.
Lead now 9-6. Played to 15. Last night we got 14-14, and we had our 29th ultimate point. We'll see if we get to that tonight. OYHENARD just unloading that one.
All right, let's see it. 3 different options.
Cortada, and a well done by ITURBIDE. The lead is now 10-6.
That's their largest lead of the match. And they've now won 4 of the last 5 points and 5 of the last 7. The number 4 seed, ITURBIDE and OYHENARD, against the number 5 seed, Aaron and LABORDE.
You know, Aaron and LaBorde are not out of this. You know, they're 4 points back, but if they're going to make a move, right about now's the time, because you don't want to let ITURBIDE and his partner get to 11 or 12 points, because then you got a tall hill to climb.
That might be no. It's a good serve. Have not had an underserve in this match. OYHENARD just stroking right now.
LABORDE is too high. Another point for ITURBIDE and OYHENARD, the one team. Their lead 11-6.
The two teams made. I'm not keeping an account of how the points have been won, but they have made a bunch of unforced errors.
Yeah.
After the basket breaking, LABORDE had a bit of a problem, and then Aaron has had a problem catching, and that LABORDE off. It's just not going their way at the moment, and ITURBIDE and OYHENARD are gratefully accepting all donations.
Great serve by ITURBIDE there. Puts his partner in a good position to put him on the offense. Nope, couldn't do it. Let's try again.
And with OYHENARD is really pumping that left side.
He needs to get a little more lift on it, though. Get it a little deeper. But I guess he doesn't want to give Aaron a big rebote.
But I don't know how you can trust Aaron's rebote at the moment, though. I don't know if he trusts it. I would actually consider letting him have one. Well, it's going to be ITURBIDE's rebote instead.
Here it is. Well, the right side rebote is hard to defend. Can't really run up on that one.
He didn't do much with it. He played it safely. That's going to work.
There's a play.
That's a tough save. Another point for ITURBIDE and OYHENARD.
Their lead is 12-6. I thought that was going to be one bounce and into the cage.
I thought that ball was going to hit us when he threw it.
That's just a fortunate break for the one, and their lead now double as they are beginning to pull away from a team that just has no mojo right now, Aaron and LABORDE. Plus, I'll be honest, I think OYHENARD's playing fantastic.
Yeah. He's playing a good game.
A lot of lift there.
Good rebote by ITURBIDE.
Let's see if he goes for this. He has to.
Inside placement for Aaron, a little bit too hard. OYHENARD is right there, powers the right side, passing the backcourt. Rebote save by LABORDE. ITURBIDE, Cortada from line 4. Aaron reaches out to make the grab. Fine catch by OYHENARD, tries to pass Aaron, and he does, but LABORDE was steady. LABORDE on the run, handles the high hop, and he juggled the ball. Was not able to maintain control, so it'll be a point for ITURBIDE and OYHENARD, and their lead is now 13-6.
Yeah, although that was a borderline call, it was a good call. It did come out. I think it's the right call. It's tough, you know. He had the best angle, though. He was standing right there in front of him, and, you know, it's a tough call, but I think it was the right call.
Let's see. Here's the replay. It's moving around a bit.
Yeah. Just bad timing for the call.
It is if you bet the two.
Yeah. No, and LABORDE's playing great defense. He's doing what he needs to do. He's just
That's a good throw.
A point to ITURBIDE and OYHENARD.
Well, I guess I was wrong about Aaron and LABORDE here because
This is possible Partido point. One of many for ITURBIDE and OYHENARD. They lead 14-6.
I mean, we can go ahead and chalk it up to that, you know, the broken basket was the turning point. Unfortunately, it was the second or third point of the Partido.
it's a second.
And you know, like you said, there was a little slide by Laborde at first, and then Aaron can't seem to get it going here. So,
well, since that break, it's the only break we've taken. It's been 14-4, and that's it.
And that is the match. The winners, 15-6, ITURBIDE and OYHENARD. They advance to the semifinals to take on Suleika and Mansi next week.
Let me go ahead and say goodbye to the fans in the building, and if you don't mind vamping, as we would say, for a moment.
That'll conclude our night here at the casino at Dania Beach and at Dania Beach Alai. Reminder, we have a doubleheader tomorrow at 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. 9-point action. The resumption of this tournament is next week on Thursday night. We'll have our third quarterfinal, LaDuce in time the second versus Benetrix and Urbieta. We thank you very, very much for being here tonight and appreciate your support of the world's fastest game. From all of us here at the casino at Dania Beach and Dania Beach Alai, I'm Dave Lamont saying so long from the Sunshine State. Good night.
Well, that's kind of a letdown after what we had last night. To be blunt about it, it just wasn't there for Aaron at the board to snowball.
yeah, I mean, look, I picked ITURBIDE and OYHENARD to win, but I thought that ITURBIDE would have to work a little harder to win it, thinking that he had the ability to win it because, again, he's crafty up there and he throws some good shots when he needs to. Actually, the shots that he threw weren't really that effective, and I think that it all came down to the slide after the broken basket. And, it's a shame. It's 15-6, which when you get to a certain point, when you get to, double the score, when it was 12-6, you just figure one team feels like they got this in the bag and the other team feels like they have to do too much to come back. And it just becomes what this was, which is, an easy game for the red team.
Yeah, outscored them 15-4 after the only break we took, which was after Aaron realized he had a bad basket, and that is a risk in the sport. And unfortunately, there's not much you can add to it. They stumbled right out of the gate. I mean, right after that, they gave up 5 straight points. They actually settled it down. Believe it or not, it was 5-4 at one point here. And then it was 6-5. And then it just went completely south. 6-5 ends up 9-1 run for ITURBIDE and OYHENARD. If I had to pick a man of the match, it would have to be OYHENARD. I thought he was really good, and I thought his left sides had a purpose to them.
Yeah, he was, again, it's no surprise. He has, I mentioned it before the match, he has a great left side. I'd like to see him put a little arc into it because he's throwing line drives, same as Portet last night. Mm-hmm. They have a lot of court to work with. They could throw the ball 10 or 12 feet higher and get that much more distance on it and hit the back wall more often. But the adrenaline's flowing. You just want to throw hard. You sacrifice a little accuracy when you try to throw a little bit harder. And yeah, so but still effective. And the back quarters, as expected, they both played great defense. Said it earlier, OYHENARD's a little bit stronger than Laborde, but Laborde hung in there. He had a couple of good scoops. He kept the team in it. I just think that the difference was that, the broken basket ended up being the downfall for the blue team.
Yeah, little question about that. All right, that's going to wrap up things from our perspective. Hope you enjoyed your Friday with Benny. He's actually going to work tomorrow. So,
Believe it or not.
Well, our man Romo needs some time off.
Hold on, Rockin' Ray is coming into town tomorrow. I don't know if anybody knows this. It's been like he warned us like 3 weeks ago that he was going to be here this coming weekend. I think he arrives tomorrow at like 9 a.m. So, like I said, 11:30 a.m. I'm going to be standing out in the audience waiting for him to give him the backstage tour of Dania Beach Alai.
Well, that's something. We've got Alai at 1 and 7 tomorrow. And, again, thank you all for watching our Dania Beach Alai YouTube channel. We'll go back at it tomorrow with a doubleheader. See you then.
Good night, guys.